Okay, recording is now in progress. All right, so good evening, everyone. My name is Denise Bond. I'm the chair. And Mike Ortiz is here. Yes, I see him. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Denise Bond. I'm the chair of the Parks and Recreation Committee for Community Board 12. I'm going to share my screen so you can see the agenda for this evening. Okay, can everyone see that? Well, hold on one second. I have to just fix one thing. Oh, wait, share. See if this works. Oh, wait, hold on. You're not going to be able to see everything. Hold on. It's too small. All right. So, because we have such a jam-packed agenda, I'm just going to ask that we have a few norms in place. One, please allow everyone to finish their thought before um, responding to something, or so that we have just equity of voice. Hello? Hello? Please mute yourself, whoever that might be, um, so that we have equity of voice and so that we can conduct the meeting in a respectful manner. All right, so first up on the agenda and we started the meeting at 7:05. I should note that for the record. I wanted to review the mission statement for the Parks Committee for Community Board 12. This is how the mission statement currently reads, and I would like input from all parties that are attending this meeting this evening to if they would like to see any changes or anything added. So I'm just going to read it out, and then I will be able to um, I'm going to stop sharing and then we'll have a discussion. So, the Parks and Recreation Committee of Community Board 12 seeks to enhance, maintain, create parks and green spaces that benefit the emotional and mental well being of all community members. We value the importance of these spaces within our borders as an essential part of the quality of life in our community. We partner with all advocacy and coalition groups who seek the necessary budget from our public officials to continue our mission. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. Everyone heard that? Got that? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we heard that. Thank you, Ms. Bond.
Okay.
Got it.
You did.
Thanks.
Okay. So everyone heard the mission statement, yes? Or
Yes.
do you want me to read it again?
No, we heard it.
Okay, perfect.
Beautifully read. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to stop sharing. Are there any comments, anything that can be added? This now, just for full disclosure, this is something that I just put together on my own, but that is not what this is. It should be for every constituent to have a voice in what the mission statement should be. So I would really appreciate feedback in terms of what the mission statement currently states. Anyone? I don't see any hands. Maybe I'm not. Anyone?
I don't see any hands up, but I love the fact that you incorporated emotional and mental health and well-being, because that is an important part of having these spaces, a place where we can kind of like zen out and find some sort of like a space to just,
A
be
moment of
and
peace.
enjoy. So thank
Yeah.
you for adding that. I totally appreciate that perspective.
Okay, great. Oh, I see the hand. I see one hand. Mr. James, yes. Mr. James, I see you raised your hand. Ted James, hello? Mr. James, you wanted to add something? No? Yes? No? All right. Are there any other committee members? Mr. Boris, do you have anything you would like to add to that? Oh, Ted James, you did have your hand up. No? Yo, you cannot hear us. Is that what you're saying? You cannot hear me.
We can't hear him.
Oh,
No.
right. Oh, okay.
Right.
All right. Okay. All right. Mr. James, why do me this favor? Why can you type it in the chat what you wanted to say maybe? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, you can hear us, but we can't hear you. Got it. All right. Mr. Boris, anyone? I, any other feedback?
Miss Miss
Oh,
Bond,
yes.
would you please humbly could you read it again one more time?
Sure, 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 sure. Hold on one second. Let me just share the screen so everyone can see it, and I will read it again.
It sounded good, by the way.
Okay. All right. The Parks and Recreation Committee of Community Board 12 seeks to enhance, maintain, create parks and green spaces that benefit the emotional and mental well-being of all community members. We value the importance of these spaces within our borders as an essential part of the quality of life in our community. We partner with all advocacy and coalition groups who seek the necessary budget from our public officials to continue our mission. Okay, I will stop sharing so I can then see. I'm not that uh, adept at WebEx, so I can only do one particular function at a time. So, Mr. Boris, any particular comment?
I'm processing. It sounds amazing. The,
Okay,
the only I would want to add I guess some type of aspect that the parks goes beyond just being a park, which you did
okay.
include quality of life. I'm trying to think of something as far as communal, maybe like communal affairs, or just trying to think, because as you know, we also deal with environment, so it's just, it kind of goes beyond parks. But I don't want to make this trivial or rocket science, but
Okay.
Miss Bond, you did a great job.
Okay. I mean, listen, if there's something that someone comes up with and they think of it after the fact, you can always email me at the end of the meeting. I'll put my um, email in the chat.
Can
Okay?
I say something?
Sure thing.
Absolutely, thank you.
Um, I think what I would maybe like to see in the mission
Mhm.
statement is like some specificity about the place, like the neighborhood of this district, and like what the history of Parks and Recreation
Mm.
is.
Okay, so can include some sort of historical background, which is
Yeah, like
that's a,
some context, because
okay.
we're not just like Parks and Rec anywhere. We're Parks and Rec in a place where like green space is limited and is under attack. And I think,
So Jaylene, if I'm hearing you correctly, some sort of a maybe a data point that specifies exactly the limited amount of parks that we
yeah, I think that
have
could be
within.
helpful.
Okay, so historical aspects and data, and a piece of data that goes along with that, correct?
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you for that.
no problem.
Anyone else?
Hi,
Wait,
Mrs. Bond.
yes. Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Yeah, I switched devices here.
Okay.
The question I wanted to ask though was, I know this is not the first time this has come up before the
Yes.
committee. So I
Yes.
know we had a previous statement that we were working with. Um, do you still have that statement?
Well, the problem with that, Mr. James, was that the statement was kind of incomplete. We never it never came to fruition, and it was that was the statement that was there was a little bit out of date, so I don't recall like what happened to it. Like it was supposed to be something on the website, and that kind of never came to fruition. So I'm not really sure where the older statement is, but I'll try to see and look into it. I don't really know what to tell you about the older statement.
And is there a time frame for us to adopt this new statement?
Not that I know of. It's just something that I know that we've been trying to get to, and I figured, let's give it a shot this month. I don't think there's a time frame. Beatrice, do you know of a time frame for these things?
No, but it's always great to update our mission
Okay.
statements and be
Okay.
more inclusive and, with the
Right.
sign of times.
And so
Okay, so the
that's the
reason
point
I
of
asked that is
mentioning it.
because I just need a little bit more time to process it and maybe
Okay, so most definitely.
more. So
Um,
I'll
Most
reserve my
definitely.
comment maybe
Okay,
for next meeting.
no problem. I will save it for the next meeting as well and try to include the comments that I received this evening.
Thank you.
Okay?
Miss Bond,
Yes.
I'm sorry. So I believe the last mission statement I created with you, but this mission, truth be told, this mission statement sounds like exactly what Miss Beatrice said. It sounds updated, so I'm all for it. But
Okay.
if you can, I don't know, if you want to, you could revisit the one that that we created together.
I don't even, to be honest, it's like I feel like that's like 10,000 years ago. I don't even remember. But I will try to see if we can find it. I don't know. I really don't. But
No, no
um
worries.
all right, thank you. Mr. Isaac, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just keep looking for the word preservation. When I think of park,
Preservation.
yeah,
Okay, preservation. Thank
that's
you.
like like a grand word when it comes to parks, like preservation of open space.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Preservation of open
Open
space.
space.
Okay. I know I'm going old school. I'm writing it down. Preservation of open space. Okay. Um, George, is this George? George is here.
No, it's me, it's
Oh,
Ursula.
yes.
There is one on the website, but it's not great. It just says works with Parks Department to ensure that advocates for maintenance and new service and programming.
Okay.
Actively, yeah,
No, that,
it's not that great
yeah,
of
it's not
one.
that one. That's definitely not the one we created.
Yes,
But
Yeah.
that's
like
what
I
I
said, the one that Miss Bond has right now, it sounds great. And I'm sure with the input of the community and what was just said, we can definitely tweak it to improve it.
okay. Sounds great. All right. Um, Everyone that had their hand raised was, thank you, Ursula, for being able to look that up for me. Um,
Welcome.
any other comments before we move on to the next bullet point? Mr. James, you have your hand up from the previous thing, or you have another comment?
I'm actually trying to take my hand down.
Oh, okay. No worries. No worries. All right. All right. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to go back to sharing my screen with the agenda. Okay. So next on the agenda, Jaylene, you're up. And then Mr. Ortiz will follow.
Cool. I'm gonna share my screen if that's okay.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Um, uh, can y'all see this okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So it's been a couple months since I've come to a CB12 meeting, but it's not my first time. So for
Wait,
those,
Jaylene, I'm gonna pause you for 1 second.
uh,
For those people who might not know who you are, just introduce yourself, please.
yeah,
Then you could
yeah,
go right in.
for
Got
sure. Yeah, so like I was saying, it's not my first meeting, so nice to see everyone again. My name is Jaylene. I grew up in this district on Gunther Avenue by the Nayri train stop. I recently graduated from Harvard University in May, and I came back to New York. Originally, I was supposed to like take a year abroad, but kind of like just community and family work made it really clear to me that I needed to spend more time. So I've been in New York, in and around New York, since June, just working on different projects. But at the center of all that has been this garden. So I'm really excited to share the work that we've accomplished in the past few months. So Ujama Garden, for those of you who don't know, it's located at 3601 Marola Place, which is on the corner of Boston Road and Marola Place, right under the train. It's not letting me go to the next slide. Okay. So this is our like design plan that I wanted to show you guys. It was created with someone from Green Thumb whose name is Sherlyn. And we basically like divided the project into two separate phases because for anyone who's seen the lot, like we took over a lot that's been neglected for over 10 years. So it's a pretty big project. And we found for my team, it was really, we really wanted to have a growing season this season. And so, like, the most efficient way to make that possible was to kind of like focus on the front half of the garden and like continue working on the back of the garden while the front part is already cleaned and yeah, prepped for growing. So yeah, this is the plan. As you see, like for this growing season, our plan is to have about 10 growing beds, 4 2x4s, and or no, 4 2x6s, and then 6 4x6s. So that's actually a lot of growing space. And then we also are getting a shed, and we're working on building the base for that right now. And then we also got 3 benches. Um, and then in May, we're going to be building like a rain shade. So, like a kind of like a gazebo or like a stage with a roof so that we can be there when it rains. And also, because summer is coming up, it's going to be nice to have a place for shade. But yeah, just to like kind of summarize front half, phase one, pretty much like 80% complete, and then the back of the garden is phase two. It's a huge space, and we're kind of more gradually working on that. So this is just a picture of like what the garden used to look like. I'm sure many of you have seen it. And then this is like a recent picture. It's like I said, our garden beds have been built. And yeah, we cleaned up this front space. It was filled with weeds and garbage. So that was a big task. And then if you see like in the back left, like that's where the shed is gonna be. So recently we Renee Patterson recommended that we write a letter to like the people who specifically live on the block of the garden, which is Marola Place. And so this is the letter that we wrote, and it just was like an introduction to the 3 like leaders who've been working on the project thus far, and just like an invitation for people to join us, and just like a tiny bit of information about what our values are, what our purpose is, and what we envision for the space. But like always emphasizing that this space is not, we don't want it to be just what we envision. We want it to be something we all build and create together. So if you happen to live on Marola Place, hopefully you receive this letter. But I can leave it up for like 30 seconds if you guys want to read it.
Jaylene, if I could suggest one thing, maybe you can send that letter to Ms. Green, and then she can share that with the people on our mailing list.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. Okay. So trying to go to the next slide and my computer.
No worries, no worries.
Okay.
Do you want to stop sharing and then come back and
Yeah.
go back into it, maybe?
Let me try that.
Yeah, maybe that will help. I'm not sure. WebEx this is not my forte, so.
See. Okay. Can y'all see
Okay.
that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So this is just like to set some expectations. This is like what we've been talking about and planning. So we're having our first growing season this spring. Growing season starts on April 1st. And with what we've been able to accomplish, like we're all set to have a growing season, which is really exciting. And with that, like we want to have more regular programming and see people more regularly in the space. So one idea that we're kind of building out right now is like during the summertime having weekly lunches, weekly potlucks on either Fridays or Saturdays, depending on what days are better for the community. You can expect more consistent communication from us. So we have like our own systems of communication, but I also definitely want to continue to utilize this form of communication, just coming to the parks meetings or sharing things on y'all's email list. We plan to have more community events and activities as the weather gets warmer, including regular programming for youth in the summer. Ujama is a youth garden, so that means all of our goals are kind of centered in the youth of the community. And so when we talk about having programming, we definitely want like the initial programming to reach that audience. And then the letter was like kind of a mission statement, like had a little bit of that in it, but we want to have a more clear mission statement, which we will share with y'all when it's ready. And okay, I'm gonna stop again to go to the next slide because my laptop is being difficult. And then like I said, we are a community garden. We center community in everything we do. We are not individuals embarking on this project. We are community members embarking on this project. So in terms of what we'd like to know from you as people who demonstrated like a vested commitment to parks and recreation in our district is firstly, like, what's the best way to reach y'all and keep the community updated about Ujama? If this, like, coming to these meetings are the best way to do that, then I'm happy to prioritize making sure one of us is in attendance at these meetings. We do have like an email list and an Instagram, but we want to make sure we're communicating in a way that's effective for our community. So if anyone has like any ideas or preferences, like we'd love to hear that. We'd like to know what vegetables, fruits, plants you would like to see included in our first growing season. Like I said, we have 10 beds, and we're also planning to utilize like less traditional ways or less traditional molds for growing, like crates, recycling materials. And so that's just to say, like, even outside of the garden beds, which is already a lot of growing space, we're going to have even more growing space. And we want to make sure, again, like what we're growing is relevant for our community. We've been suggested callaloo and peppers, and we definitely are going to make sure that's there. But if you guys have anything else, please let us know. If there are specific kinds of events you would want to see in the garden or you personally would like to facilitate in the garden, we'd love to know about that. And then, just thinking about our relationship to this committee specifically, like Ujama Garden has its own kind of member list and like meeting schedule, but this is like a really important community partner for us. Again, people who have a demonstrated interest in the parks and recreation of Wakefield. So I think Denise or like anyone who's a regular member of this group, if you guys have like specific wants from us, like definitely let us know. And then as a community garden, we're like in a specific situation because our lot was owned by the Department of Transportation. So we can't be a green thumb garden, but at the same time, the Department of Transportation isn't a garden organization, obviously. So they don't have any like resources or funding like set aside for our project. So if anyone knows of any like grants or funding opportunities or resources or partnerships we should be making, like we would definitely love to have that information. And then the last slide is just our contact information. You guys can definitely ask me questions or like respond now. I don't think we've gone over the 15 minutes, but if you're not comfortable like sharing now or want to take time to process or just be in communication with us, these are like our different contact usernames, email, Instagram, and phone number. And I'm pretty comfortable with you using any of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jaylene, wait, can you leave that up for one moment, just in case
Yes.
if anyone wanted to
Yes.
leave that up for 1 second?
Yeah, and I can send this to you as well,
Okay.
so you can share it along with
Sure.
the letter.
Sure thing. First of all, I want to commend you. I know it was not an easy road to get to this point, but
Thank
I'm
you.
very, very proud of the amount of progress that you've made thus far. And just know that the Community Board Parks Committee will always be here to support you in your endeavors with this project.
Thank you.
Does anyone, oh yes, Miss Beatrice, you had a question? You had a
No, more like a statement. I just want to echo what Ms. Denise Bonds is saying and commend you, Jaylene. I've heard you speak here before, and I just want to add that you're like definitely an asset in our community and you're leaving assets for those that follow. And so I just want to commend you, and that's definitely the spirit and energy that this community needs, starting with the youth. And I love that you're doing that and starting with the youth. And so I definitely want to stay connected with you. And if there's any way that we can support you and help you build more awareness and get more hands on deck, just let us know. I'll definitely be down to volunteer in any way. So just keep me posted. I'll put my information in the chat.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. And then Mr. James, I think, has a comment.
Yes, Jaylene, thank you for putting up your information. So I guess that's the mode that I would have to use in order to get in touch with you. But just as a general question, if someone wants to get involved with your garden, what can they do?
So I know like I think Kyla James is your family member, and I know that she was
That is
someone.
correct.
Yeah, I tried to email her like on the email we have. So if that's specifically who you're referencing, like I would tell her like any way she wants to reach out, phone number. This is my personal phone number, email, Instagram. Like I'm really eager to connect with her and want her to be a part of the project as much as she can. So yeah, she can reach out to me anyway. But in general, that's also true. Y'all can all just reach out to me like however, email, Instagram, phone number, whichever is more efficient for you. I'm happy to respond, be responsive on any of those mediums. So
Great, thank you. Okay.
no problem.
Okay, and I see Miss Roth. Miss
Yes,
Roth.
yes. Can I speak? I apologize that my face
Yes.
isn't. I'm just driving, and I'll be
Go
rolling.
ahead. Go ahead, Miss Roth.
Okay, great. So I'm a school social worker at PS21. I came on at the end of last year, and I always want to make these meetings. So I'm so happy to be on this meeting. So thank you. And I missed the beginning part. I don't know how long you've been doing this. I included my email. I would love to talk with you because I write a lot of grants for my school, and
Okay.
I've connected with a bunch of organizations, and I have a whole Padlet I made of resources and free things, and there's so many things through Grow New York City. And I know you said you wouldn't be a green thumb garden, but you can sometimes these events, I mean, I can't tell you the amount. I live on Long Island, but I drive in in the next few months, they give out free compost, they give out free plants, they give out so many things. So especially if you live in the area, I can't imagine. So I'll drive in. I took my daughter last weekend. They did a seed starting program. There are so many amazing, amazing things and resources you can get for your garden. And, you know, so I'd be so delighted. I mean, you may know all the things I already know, but I'd be so happy to just talk with you and brainstorm or just share whatever I know.
Yeah, that sounds good. I was at that seed starting workshop as well.
Oh, that's great.
So
That's
maybe we
great.
met. But yeah,
Yeah.
we're pretty tapped in with Green Thumb and Grow just from like experience. Like we have friends in those places, but from the school perspective, I'm sure you definitely have valuable information. So I will make sure to reach out to you. Thank you.
Or even just to share with the families in our community,
For
being in
sure.
the Winsville section, you know. So I just think that is it's wonderful. I'm so excited. But even like to bring my kids on a walking trip over there and go see a community garden.
Yeah.
You know, it's all we talk about, and we talk about composting and recycling, but just even, you know, out of school hours, maybe their families would get involved. So, you
Mm-hmm.
know, I so applaud your efforts. It's wonderful. It's just great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roth. Ms. Dickinson, I see your hand.
Yes, good evening, family. Jaylene, you already know I love you. So, and I stay daily basis,
Aw,
extremely proud of you.
thank you.
You have my information. I believe, if not, I just took yours down again.
Okay, sounds
We are
good.
going to be doing a youth summit, which will be held at the Y in May. So you and I will talk about that because you most definitely have to be a part of that. Ms. Roth, if you don't mind, would you please also put your information in the chat for me, please?
Yes, I would love to be
I
involved
would,
in the youth summit. Yes.
I would
Thank you.
appreciate it. But
Thank you.
Jaylene, keep, I keep you in my prayers, and
Oh, thank you.
we'll definitely talk soon, babe. Okay?
Okay, awesome.
All right. And
Stay safe.
You too.
all right. Thank you so much, Ms. Dickerson. I'm going to ask one of my, maybe Miss Beatrice, can you help me? Can you look in the chat? Can you see the chat? There were, I think, 2 comments in the chat, and I'm just
Yes.
yeah.
One was, please include senior citizens. Please come to the event at Seton Falls Park, March 25th on Borla Avenue and Marola Avenue at 9 a.m. Ms. Roth put in her information, and I believe that was it.
Was there something
Oh,
there from
yeah, Victoria
Yeah.
Toro from Bronx River Alliance. Jaylene, if you need any soil testing for any heavy metal contamination, the Bronx River Alliance can provide that for free. Let us know. And I think they offered that to you the last time we all.
Yes, I do recall that.
Yes.
Is
So
there
thank
a
you again.
specific contact, Victoria, for yourself?
Yes, I will put my email in the chat, and Nathan Hunter, our foodway coordinator, leads our soil testing program, but I can definitely, would love to loop you in with them, and we'll be starting our soil testing season soon. And so as long as you are able to either mail us or drop us off a soil sample at our site at Bronx River House, basically, we just provide that for all community members for free, whether it's a community garden or your own backyard garden, anything like that. So I will put my information in the chat.
Sounds good.
That was it, Miss Bonds. And Jaylene, I just have one last question. You live in our neighborhood, in our district?
So right now, I don't really
Okay.
live anywhere. I've been kind of struggling to find housing, secure housing since I graduated college, but hopefully soon. I do want to live in that
Okay.
neighborhood.
I was just saying that because we definitely need more community board members. We're always looking for the voice of the youth. And so if you are interested in applying, the deadline is tomorrow. So
Okay. Yeah, I will definitely look into that.
okay.
Well,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much, Jaylene, for your presentation, and thank you so much for the work that you have been doing. You always have my personal support, and you have the support of the community. So we stand with you in your efforts.
Thank you.
And I just as a comment, it makes my heart very warm with all the way that we're coming together and helping out is just a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. All right,
For sure.
next to the agenda. Thank you so much. We're going to move on. Jaylene, if you can hang out a little bit with us, that would be great. Just in case something else comes up that might be of interest. Mr. Ortiz, you're next up and then it will be Alyssa and Kim and Stephanie. So, Mr. Ortiz, are you here? Mr. Ortiz, Mike Ortiz.
I am here. How are you guys?
Okay, great. How are you?
Good. I'm sorry. The first item on the agenda for me is the bridge or the capital status update.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time, please.
Which is the first item you would like us to talk about?
Oh, you're on. This is your time to speak, so you can choose whichever order you prefer to go.
Sure. I actually I can turn it over now to Ellen Mack now from our capital team, who's going to just give you guys an update on the an update on where we stand with the pedestrian bridge. And this is by request. We had a recent meeting for the Croton Filtration Monitoring Committee where we gave the same update, but we wanted to formally bring it before CB12's Parks Committee.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Mike. All right.
Thanks, Mike. And thank you, Ms. Bond. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I'm going to share the same presentation that we showed at the Croton Monitoring Committee. This is an update on a project that is a little bit older that has been on hold. That's the pedestrian bridge in Van Cortlandt Park across the Major Deegan Expressway. And here we go. Okay, and we're going to show you both that project and an alternative that we've been discussing and that we presented in January. So just to locate the part of the park that we're talking about, it's obviously on the east side over the Major Deegan and close to the Chandler ball fields. The red on the right-hand side of the screen is the location of the pedestrian bridge. And I'll come back to this as well so that you'll get the orientation as we start talking details. So this was the bridge that we had developed. This was a project that was a partnership of the Parks Department, the Department of Environmental Protection, and the Department of Design and Construction. Obviously, because it crosses a 6-lane highway, it's a fairly major piece of infrastructure. And to your left on the screen is the Chandler ball field area. It's actually on the north side of the Chandler ball fields. Right hand or upper side, it lands not that far from the gas station on the highway. And this gives you a little bit of a sense of how complicated the construction is and sort of the area on the top again, which is by the gas station, is a forested area. And on the bottom where Chandler ball fields are, is a little bit less forested, but still has that park feel. And so the idea, of course, is that in the 1950s, when the Major Deegan Expressway was built, it cut those sections of the park. And the idea behind this project was to reconnect the east to the west in the center portion of the park. And also you can see at the very top, there's an arrow that says Old Croton Aqueduct Trail. That trail, which runs atop the aqueduct, which is one of the oldest things in the park from the 1840s. The idea is to connect those parts of the path as well so that you have a continuous walking path The ball fields are accessible to folks from the west side. And of course, all of the amenities in the park are available to folks from the east side. So having run through that, this project was paused at the beginning of COVID and has not picked up again. What we recently spoke with our project manager of the Department of Design and Construction about was the cost increase in this project. They have recalculated the cost based on basically based on pandemic pricing. And at this point in time, we can't move forward until we fund a shortfall in the project. And that shortfall is $15 million. So it's a big number. And so we are looking at what our options are. And together with our natural resources group, and folks are on this call and can answer any questions that you may have, but I'm going to present their project for them. We have an at-grade alternative that we are looking into as an alternative for the bridge if the bridge is not viable, and very much want to hear your opinions about this. And just very briefly, sorry, let me go back. The key, of course, is how do we get across the highway? So the idea would be starting at Chandler Ballfields, you walk on the park path until you get to the intersection of Jerome and 233rd. Cross the street there, cross over the highway on Jerome, and then jump back off and back into the park. And so this is that intersection at Jerome. And then there is a sidewalk along the road, which is really, this is parkland here. You get some sense of the condition of it in these photos. And then of course the bridge, crossing the bridge itself. So it's one street intersection, which is the photos on the left. And it's a little bit of a park path next to the road, then cross the bridge and hop back into it. And this is what we think it could look like with a little TLC. So the idea behind this project would be not to use it as is, but to make some improvements, partnering with New York City DOT, partnering with New York State DOT, and then making some improvements in the park space itself. So those are the two alternatives that we're looking at. And I would love to take any questions from you about either the bridge project or this alternative that we are hoping to get your input on.
Okay, Ellen, I'm going to ask you if you can just stop sharing so I can see the hands for 1 second, just to see if there's any.
I would be happy to do that so I can figure it out. Okay.
There you go. All right. So, do we have any questions for Ellen? Please feel free to just raise your hand so that I can call on you so that we could just have it in an orderly fashion. Okay. I see Mr. James and then Mr. Boris and then Caitlin. So, Mr. James.
Hi, Ellen. So the alternative that you spoke about, is that an existing path as it is right now?
That's correct. It is possible to walk that way right now. It could use some improvement to make it feel more park-like, but it is there. I think, sorry, I take that back. There is a section that would need to be upgraded to make it ADA accessible. And that's the part in Van Cortlandt Park, north of Jerome. So while the path exists, it's a little rough. So we would make modifications to that so that it's friendlier for everyone, including anyone who requires ADA accommodations.
Okay, and it does appear to be a whole lot longer than the bridge alternative. And one other thing, have you considered maybe a tunnel instead of the bridge?
We have considered a tunnel. It has been brought up. We have found in our experience that it's very hard to maintain tunnels in a condition that people actually want to use them. That they're clean, that they're well lit, that you feel safe in them. So while they're technically feasible, like it could be built, we're not sure that people would really want to use it.
Okay, but as far as from a cost standpoint, how does that compare with the bridge, 15 million?
We have not looked at the cost of a tunnel or an underpass, but it would be closer to the cost of a bridge than it would be to a park path, because we would have to tunnel under the highway.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Mr. Boris.
So I'm assuming that it was inflation that has caused the increase.
Part of it is inflation, yes, and part of that inflation is due to pandemic pricing. There's less materials available and they're costing more.
So I'm sorry, I'm processing pandemic pricing because I mean, at this point we're 4 years, I guess into the, past or post pandemic. So, all right, again, what would be that increase?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said?
I'm sorry. What exactly is the increase in pricing?
It's an increase of $15 million. And just to answer your question, yes, there was a point in the pandemic where things were even more costly than they are today, but
Right.
a lot of factories either shut down or they're short staffed. So it is still a problem.
Oh, okay, thank you. My next question, is this the same bridge that it was like a glass bridge that went across?
No, it was never designed as a glass bridge.
Okay, so because that must be another project. All right, thank you.
Okay. Caitlin, you're next.
Hi, actually, I'm on my wife's call, so it's not.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah,
So sorry.
no, it's totally fine. Yeah, so if you were confused about my deep voice, just this is her husband Matt. Yeah, I had a couple questions.
Okay.
So when we're talking about the ADA compliance, we're talking about regrading the north side of the bridge, where it's kind of just like a mudslide sort of. There's like steps, and then there's kind of like a dirt path that you can go down on a bike if you have courage. Is that what we're talking about?
I can go ahead and take that. This is Matt Donham. I'm with the Natural Resources Group, and I've been exploring this alternative. Would it be possible, Ellen, to bring the map back up just so that we have something to reference while we're talking? And maybe you can point to it as I speak. So if you go back to the map, yeah. So the orange line is the proposed accessible trail route, and that cuts across at an angle to the slope so that it can be built at grade without a lot of regrading. The white lines that you see there are the existing stair. Do you see those white lines that peel off of the orange line on the west side of the Major Deacon? So that the lower one is the stair and that dirt bike path that you speak of. And then the upper one that's kind of got a few different routes, that is a pedestrian trail that's quite steep in areas and eroding. And so part of what we were looking at because we're always thinking about how to protect natural resources, and the Croton Woods, you know, it's such a stunning place with these enormous trees, and we were looking at how to weave this trail through in such a way that we wouldn't impact those trees, we wouldn't lose any trees. And so yeah, it's at grade. Now there is so that's the sort of universally accessible route, but those white lines would remain, and they you know, they provide the access that's there today. We would look at you know, improving the condition of the forest around those stairs and shoring them up, but it's too steep to regrade without doing massive damage to the forest. And one of the things we want to watch out for is yeah, the loss of trees associated with any of this work.
Would there thanks for the clarification. Would there be any way to make that a little bit safer for a bike without regrading?
No.
Talking about that stair area.
So in order to use it with the bike, is that what you're hoping to do?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm laughing because I don't know how to answer that here. We haven't studied it from that perspective, but it, again, we're, you know, I suppose some sort of elevated structure could be built through there that could take a gentler slope, but we'd have to look at it. So is this a connection that you make, or you're aware of people making on a bike today?
Yeah. The reason why I ask is I've biked that like many times, you know, going to Riverdale. I actually live in Woodlawn, and I've done that hill multiple times. You know, it's definitely, and I've seen multiple other people doing it. It's really the only, like, in between Woodlawn, there's the sort of on the orange path there. There's another path that's on the west side of the Major Deegan Highway. It's kind of a washed out concrete path that might have been a bike path at one point. I'm not sure. But in between Woodlawn, you know, there's the tunnel on the northern side. It's really that's really the only way to get to Riverdale on a bike is that hill. So that's why I brought it up, because I've seen multiple people taking bikes on that, and it can, you know, it can be kind of dangerous on like rainy days when it's washed out. You know, I've seen the Parks Department put down mulch, and whenever they put down mulch, it's much safer. So I just kind of wanted to flag that if there's any way to, like, you know, treat the grade so, you know, it's a little bit safer, because people are gonna use it as a bike path regardless. You know, because I really like the non-graded option, but people will continue to probably use that one hill that I'm talking about that's just on the north side of Major Deegan, or west side, however you want to look at it, kind of by the gas station. So
yeah, I know exactly where you're talking. Okay, I want to give other people a chance, but I want to ask one question of you, which is, after you go down that hill and you're on your way into the park, where do you go from there? If we go back to the map.
well, I guess it's the old Croton Trail, like the one when it's actually paved. When it goes down and then it does the interchange, and then it comes out near the golf course down by the lake house.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
we will
and
take
just
a look.
And there, if there's one more question I could ask, you know, because I think this is a really great option,
Sorry,
but the
wait,
one thing,
hold on. I'm going to ask you to limit it to one more question,
Okay.
because there are other people
Yeah,
that will have
of course, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think the question that a lot of people have is like, will they fix the intersection so it's a little bit more pedestrian friendly? Because otherwise, it'll just be prohibitive to use this path. That's my last question.
And absolutely, that was kind of the first thing we noticed, and it's a huge focus here. How do we make that crossing, which, you know, impacts, even were we able to build the bridge, the original bridge shown in red, if you're coming from Woodlawn, on foot, you have to deal with that intersection. And the bridge project wasn't addressing that at all. And so we started thinking about how important it was for anyone coming into the park from the east side. And so we've already started talking with City DOT and, exploring, what can be done to make that intersection feel and actually be safer. And so that's absolutely critical to this alternative.
Okay, the next
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. The next person up, Geraldine McLeave, and please forgive me if I mispronounced your name.
Hello, Geraldine McLeave here. I'm a member of Woodlawn and a longtime park volunteer. I'm curious as to what is the distance that is added on to getting across the Deegan if we don't do the pedestrian bridge? Say you're coming from the golf course and you're walking up that through the Chandler Recreation Area. How much longer is it going to be for people who are living in the Norwood area to get across the Deegan so they can enjoy the other side of the park's facilities? I mean, I think I'm talking about quite a long distance, because then after we go across that bridge that you're proposing, then we have to go north quite a distance in order to meet the old Croton Aqueduct Trail. And then we have to go south quite a distance. We backtrack on ourselves so that we can go. I mean, how much are we, with an 8-10-year-old child is going to be able to do this? What is the reality of that? Have you looked at that, Mr. Doran?
So, Ms. McLeave, this is Ellen Mack now. I'm going to put my map up again. I wanted to understand your question, your starting point and your ending point.
Yes, the starting point would be down in the Mosher Loop Golf Course, south of that from the water filtration plant, and then going through the Adam Shendel Recreation Area, and that would be, which is where, the bridge is supposed to be. So then you have to go north up to Jerome and 233rd, and you have your kids with you, and then you have to go across that intersection, and then you have to go, okay, the new path that you're proposing, you have to go north by quite a long distance in order to meet up with what I believe is the Croton Aqueduct Trail. And then you have to go south in order to get into the lake area by quite a distance. So how do you propose a person, a family with children or someone who's up in age to be able to maneuver this? I really don't understand that.
So let me take a step back. This is an abbreviated slide presentation, so I'm missing some of the images that we would have shown you during the original design of this pedestrian bridge. The location for this pedestrian bridge was selected because it's an area of the park that doesn't have a crossing. There are other crossings to the south. And there are, I think, some crossings to the north, although most of them are to the south in this part of the park. So we picked a location that did not have that connection, and we wanted to add it in. So I hope that Stephanie will jump in here and correct me if I'm misunderstanding the layout and the connection, but there are other crossing points. And this would be an added one that would shorten the distance for folks who either live in this close to the bridge, in the communities closest to the bridge, or who have a destination closest to the bridge. So it would be an add-on to what we have already in an area where it's needed, in an area of the park where it's needed. I think it is fair to say that the path we are showing in yellow is longer. That is could be looked at as one of its negatives, although we're hoping to make it a very pleasant walk with some improvements. But it has other pros, right? It is less expensive, it is less damaging to the trees in the forest, and so we are trying to balance out what is the best way forward here.
Okay. Ms. McLeave, did you get your question answered?
No.
Yes, it's answered. I mean, it's not satisfactory because there is no mileage there. I wanted mileage. I really want to know how many feet we're talking about walking, because when I do it, it's a long walk. And I'm wondering how our families from Norwood are going to be able to do that. You know, and not even that, but I mean, families from Woodlawn also and from Wakefield. It's a long walk, whichever way you do it. And it's taking you north and then it's taking you south. And that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know, you know, why you can't do it so that it would go south. The path would go south. Why can't you make this path go south? Is it too steep there? Is that the problem? Is the geography too steep?
It's go ahead, Matt.
It is very steep. There's a big staircase there. And so, you know, one thing we haven't done is explore a kind of ramp where that stair is and doing it in such a way. It would need to be elevated so as not to, you know, regrade the whole hillside. But this orientation that we're showing it cuts across the grade shallowly. The land is sort of falling away towards the Old Croton Trail shown in blue. So it's certainly something we can explore further. This is an early concept. And the other thing that I'll note that we're exploring is the other pedestrian crossings, you know, along the southern edge of the park, for instance. There are a number of connections that are like the one here at Jerome and 233rd. The intersections feel very unsafe and foreboding, and you know, the access ways under the Major Deegan are not in great shape, and there's work that could be done on all of that existing infrastructure, so that perhaps you wouldn't walk all the way north and back down, but you would go along the southern edge of the park, cross that intersection, and up to get to the lake and the other amenities there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Miss Gail Nibbin. I'm sorry if I butchered your last name.
Snibel, like Bible. With
Snibel. Okay, there you go. There you go. Snibel. There you go.
Yeah, hi. My name's Gail. I live in Woodlawn. I have spent hundreds of dollars in Ubers between Riverdale and Woodlawn, so I was pretty dismayed to hear that the bridge was not going to happen. I'm also an avid bicyclist, and I tried doing this route, I want to say like a year and a half ago. It's been a while, and I just gave up. You know, mostly because of the intersection. It seems like the emphasis on this route has changed from being a practical one about connecting our neighborhoods and is now more like a nature walk because it feels long and impractical to me. When I go to Riverdale, it's for pretty practical reasons. I'm wondering, they've addressed somebody, you know, the question was asked about the intersection and the unsafetiness of that, and I agree with that completely. But I also want to ask about, you know, at night. Well, hang on. First of all, I do want to advocate that bicyclists will be taking this path. And electric bikes will be taking this path. I ride a pedal bike, but I can most certainly see that you know, food messengers and these types of people, or just even people who ride for, you know, transportation will be taking this path. And what about at night, the bridge, this kind of like nature walk thing happening at night? Because I'm worried about the safety of that, because the bridge seemed to have, you know, an overhead bridge seems a lot safer at night than this kind of walk through the woods.
Okay.
Thank you for those comments. I just want to say that both options, the bridge and the path, I believe would follow the same open and close hours as the rest of the park. And I'm sorry, I'm probably the one person here who does not know what those hours are. But the goal is to connect the sides of the park for park use. And it is very helpful to hear you talk about the sort of the longer distance connections. So thank you for those comments.
Ellen, would you clarify the lighting that was included in the bridge proposal, or in its current state? Where did the lighting end? Because my understanding is that there isn't lighting on those paths on the other side of the bridge.
That's correct. There is not lighting on the paths. The bridge structure was designed with lights, which end when you leave that structure. Of course, it's possible to propose, new lighting projects in the park along the park paths, but that's not part of this current project. And I think there's something to be said for having some dark sky in one of the largest parks in the area. However, happy to talk about that as kind of a separate scope item.
All right, I have one question. And Mr. James, you have another question?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'm going to ask Mr. James, because you've already had an opportunity and we do still have a full agenda to get through, if you can limit it to one question. I have one question and then I will let Mr. James go. My question is, was there money that was allocated previously, because this is an old project, so was there money ever allocated to it or no?
Yes, there was, and it's the reason why we have had to stop. So the bridge project was fully funded, and we proceeded through the beginning of design. The drawings that I showed you were at about 40% design, and then in March 2020 everything stopped.
Okay.
And in that interim period, we have become short funded. And the way that city budgets work, as you all know, is you can't proceed unless you have full funding. So there is funding from the Parks Department, there is funding from DEP, and there is grant funding that was secured by our state elected officials, state assembly, and state senate. And there's a gap now, essentially.
I see. All right. Thank you for that. Mr. James?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Bond. I'm happy you asked that question, because what I was going to say is along those lines. And I feel as though that we are being shortchanged here. This was a project that is long overdue. And for you to come now and say that you're going to give us an alternative, which is looking at the map, it's adding probably another mile or so that you need to walk. The two previous callers, I expressed their sentiments. It's a long walk. I don't think we're getting enough value here. I mean, this is the Bronx, and we always seems to be getting the short end of the stick. If this was another area, I'm pretty sure this would not happen. I believe we need to look at all the resources out there and get the funding for this project, and we deserve to have a bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
James.
you.
Mr. Ortiz?
Hi, I'm sorry. I had to unmute like 3 devices. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just want to point out, and thank you all very much for the comments. These are very great comments, and we do take what every single one of you are saying. And one of the things that I do want to mention is that we are committed. We are supportive of keeping the funding in the park. we're looking to improve other connections, or if there's other projects along the corridor that you guys want us to consider, please let us know. We are supportive of keeping the funding that was allocated previously, minus any funds that were already spent down in the park. So as Matt mentioned, we are looking at the other connections as well. If that's something you guys want us to look forward, please let us know. As soon as you guys can, you can either I don't know if Ms. Bond, if you want to collect them and reach out to us, or if you guys just want to email me directly with some suggestions. But we do want to, improve the park. We're supportive of keeping that funding in the park. There is one other just point that I want to make. Currently, if you are in on the northeastern end of the park and you want to get across to this proposed bridge, you would have to go down Van Cortlandt Park East to to walk on the western edge of Woodlawn Cemetery, or across the street on our end. Either go through that same intersection that we're proposing, or go down the sidewalk to Chandler Road to the parking lot, and then cross get to the bridge on that end. So in a sense, this does speed up the process. Speed up the crossing if you are on that side. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that that's obviously a bridge is what was wanted, and we completely understand that. But as far as adding time, if you are on in the Woodlawn neighborhood, it definitely wouldn't add time if you're walking from Woodlawn neighborhood over to this intersection, because you would still have to cross into the park and make that same time. And we can probably try to look into like the exact time that it'll take, but it really wouldn't be much. And as Matt mentioned, for the folks over at in Norwood, I know Ms. McLeod mentioned before, one of the things that we are looking at to see is if we can create another connection down along the southern edge of the park to make it, a better connection as well.
Okay, I see one more hand. I'm going to take it because I still have agenda items to get to. Kim, you had a question in reference to this?
I have a comment, and Mike,
Okay.
I hate to disagree with you, but this definitely will add time to Woodlawn residents, because we have to walk south to get to East 233rd Street, and then walk across 233rd, and then walk north to walk south again. So we already have a path within the woods that we can get to on the John Muir Trail, that if we want to meander through the woods to get across, we can already meander through the woods. This has never been about a bucolic scenic walk. This has been about an equitable, fast route. And I'll talk more about this during my time, but this definitely adds time to our walk from Woodlawn. It adds time if you live in Norwood, it adds time if you live in Woodlawn, it adds time if you live in Wakefield.
Thanks. Can somebody just put up a map again, just quickly, maybe on showing the original proposed bridge? I'm sorry, I don't have that presentation.
So if you're at Woodlawn Playground, you're walking along Van Cortlandt Park East to 233rd Street, you're making a right, and then you're making a right again to walk up the trail to somewhere that looks like maybe it's the Weir to get to the Croton Trail. Whereas if you're already on Van Cortlandt Park East, you can walk into the John Muir Trail by the dog park and get to the same place.
Sure. So if you're along 233rd, this was the original bridge here proposal that was shown. So if you're on 233rd Street, which is that intersection that you see right there, where you can sort of see the tennis courts, the connection that we're proposing is right there to cross over to the park, as opposed to having to go all the way down to where that proposed bridge was, the red. So forgive me if I'm completely mistaken, but I think it's so much faster that you don't have to go all the way down through the parks across the bridge.
We're
as
always
opposed to
having
going
to walk down that far anyway, whether it's through the trails or not, we have to walk that far down. So we're walking in the right direction. We can just walk straight across.
Mike, may I just make
Sure.
an observation here? There's no perfect project that we've identified. We have a bridge project that has pros and cons, and we have a path alternative that has pros and cons. And what we want to hear from you is exactly what you're saying, is which of the pros and cons are the most important to you. So we appreciate all of the input, and we do want to understand that.
Well, this alternative seems kind of pointless when we already have a windy path to get to the Croton Trail within our neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
All right. All right. So, Ellen, I'm going to ask if you can stop sharing, please. Oh, Beatrice, you had a comment?
Yeah, I do. I'm just curious where that red path is, what was proposed. Where is that? Where does that lay within the Community 12 district?
That's in Chandler Fields along Jerome Avenue where the golf course is, like just past the Moshua Golf Course.
But if we're talking in terms, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of like just getting familiar with this. In terms of where our community board talk, for example, I live in the Williamsbridge area of our district. And there's a lot of other residents, right? So our community goes beyond Woodlawn and Wakefield, right? We have Williamsbridge, we have other areas as well. How would we gain access to that?
It's along Jerome Avenue.
Right.
So if you made a left at 233rd Street on Jerome Avenue.
And so that's as far south as your proposed method would go, 233rd. There are no other ideas that would go even further south. And my other question is, do you do like when you put all this together, did you do like a walkthrough? Is an opportunity for like Miss Denise Bond, myself, and a few others to do like a walkthrough, kind of like to get a visual in person of what you're proposing?
We did some walkthroughs several years ago, and I think we'd be happy to do some more if that's helpful to you.
For me as the chair, and Ms. Bond, you let me know, I'm a new chair. I just came in as chair in September. I would love to have like an actual walkthrough to get a better idea of what I'm seeing.
Right. And if I could add to that, Beatrice, I think that because this project impacts other community boards other than just Community Board 12, it would be nice to join with the other community boards that are going to be impacted by this as well, to be able for all of us to get a visual on all of this. So firsthand.
I agree. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, if we can coordinate that, I think for all of us, that would be super useful. There's a lot of new members on the board as well. And I know that this was tabled for a few years,
right,
and a lot has changed.
Right. So that would be helpful. And then we could, make sure that everyone on our email list gets the notification of that, and then we could actually conduct something like that. Make it at a time where people, will be able to join this process.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on. Let me share my screen. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait. There we go. All right. So, Mike, you're finished with the capital projects in terms of what you wanted to speak about, right? You're done? Hello? Mr. Ortiz?
I'm sorry, I have to unmute two devices.
Yeah.
I can also send a list of capital projects to the board if you want to move up. I know that we're short on time.
Oh, okay. But there's nothing that needed an update, a letter, or anything like that?
No, it was just you asked me to present a capital project, so I can definitely
Okay.
send this over.
Oh, all right. So we're going to move on. The pedestrian bridge has been covered. Alyssa, Kim, you already spoke. If you don't mind, Stephanie, are you here?
I'm here. I don't have anything to add.
Okay. All right. So
Well,
we're going to
I would say that Alyssa and I do have things to add.
wait. Who is this? I'm sorry.
This is Kim.
This is Kim. Okay, Kim, I'm going to ask you to just keep the comments to about 5 minutes, if you don't mind, because we still have quite a list to get through. Okay.
So I will be as quick as possible, but there's a lot to this project that hasn't been covered, even though we've talked a lot about this. Some context. This project was promised by DEP in 1999 when the Croton filtration plant was announced. And obviously we probably all know that the filtration plant went extremely over budget and over time. And, the monies that DEP put into this have evaporated for the bridge. There's been funding that has come from the state Senate, the Assembly, City Council, the Bronx Borough President's Office, from a number of different funding sources. And the original price point was $12 million in 2015 when it was first announced. And then it jumped to 20 million, then it went to $23 million. It has been advocated for by the surrounding communities for 2 decades now. And it's an equity issue.
Correct.
The reason why there's a divide in the park is because of a highway that was built in the 50s by Robert Moses.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And to be able to connect the two sides of the park is very important to be healed. And this bridge was supposed to be a way to heal this inequity. I don't think anybody on this call disagrees that $39 million is a ridiculous number. I think that we want to know where that $39 million comes from. There's been other people on this call that, want some answers to really drill into why that cost jumped so high. And we've had some basic answers to, supply chain costs and, pandemic increases. It would be really nice to know if there's a way to audit that cost or, get some real numbers associated with that jump from 23 to 39 in 3 years. It's very high. It's very high. And when was that number given? We don't have a lot of insight or accountability over the last several years. That number was just dropped on us on January 31st during the Croton Filtration Water Committee meeting. We don't know when that number came about, what went into obtaining that number. Is there a chance that going back to the table and seeing if it can come down in cost? It's so disheartening to think that so many people from so many different communities and our elected officials went to bat so many different times to take this money that was put to a very specific capital improvement project with taxpayer dollars to just say, sorry, we can't do it. It's very, very disheartening, and it's hard to just give up. And I'm not saying, $39 million is something to sneeze at, or, trees and ecological impact is something to say, oh, that's no big deal. Because, of course we should all care about the environment, but let's actually get some answers on what that ecological impact is. Are those trees at a point where they're going to fall down naturally. You know, what is the life cycle of those trees? We have trees that fall down a woodlawn every time there's a storm. So, you know, let's actually get some answers to some of those questions and see where we're at before we're being offered a solution that is completely meaningless to our community. The solution that we need is a fast solution to get to the other side for all of the communities involved. We need something that gets us from point A to point B and from point B to point A in a fast manner. Not, we already have a bucolic setting that gets us to the other side. It's beautiful. If you're looking for a meandering walk through the woods, we already have that, and it's gorgeous. And when I want to do that, I can already. But this, you know, to sink all of this money that's already been set aside for something that we already have seems like a waste of money. Alyssa, do you have anything to add?
I just wanted to add that I really like the idea of having a walkthrough. I think that it's hard to orient yourself and it's hard to understand the intersection, to think about Alan Chandler and how you could do that, to talk about Caitlin, I'm not sure what his name was, but okay.
It's my neighbor.
He was saying about the hill that went down and that staircase over there. I think, you know, when it comes to the purpose of this connection, it truly is to allow folks on the east side to get to things like the pool and the parade ground and the lake and, you know, those types of areas. And I also think, you know, there may be people on the west side that will probably want to come to the driving range. Maybe they want to come to, you know, the cemetery. And I feel like we have a lot of reliance on cars, and the idea that there would be a path that would allow for, you know, people with strollers, people with wheelchairs. I'm not sure about how, like, we can kind of integrate all of this together with like a bike path and all of that. But I think that there would be a better way of thinking about this if we all like actually went and looked at it and then came up with a, you know, some other ideas, because maybe it's not this path and maybe it's not this bridge and maybe there is like something else, or maybe it is the bridge, but it's pared down, it doesn't have lighting, or whatever that is. And I'm not sure what the hours of the park are, but I did appreciate that that was a conversation because, you know, at some point, you know, going over to see the National Symphony Orchestra play on the other side involves like having to get there. And usually it's, you know, parking is terrible. So you have to take an Uber and then that's terrible. So I think that we need to really come up with a solution that helps everyone. And again, like I feel like Woodlawn has been represented on this call, and I do want to think about the other communities and the ways in which they would access to that area. You know, and as far as, you know, having a walk, having a faster route, having a bike trail, those types of things to me can kind of come together in a way that would make more sense than sort of the stalled out, really expensive pedestrian bridge that maybe has too many pieces and parts to it, and or this, you know, kind of like make good trail that would just connect up to then connect down to then cut over. That's why I dropped in the chat the better map to look at maybe when having these discussions is just the Van Cortlandt Park map, because it has all the trails on it, and that would give a better feel for the trails involved.
Excuse me, Alyssa, would you mind sharing that and putting it up on the screen for us to view now?
Let me see if I can. Hold on one second. I have it. Let's see. Move it to a new window because I've got other tabs open, of course.
It looks like Mike has his hand up. Can we let Mike speak? Ortiz.
Okay. Wait. Alyssa, are you able to access that first? 1 second, Kim.
I am. Hold on 1 second. Here we go.
Yeah. Give Alyssa a chance to access that, and then we'll get back to Mike.
So can I make it larger? I'm trying to make it larger for everyone. It's actually, I believe, yeah. So it's a JPEG, and you can zoom in on it, and then you can move around on it. Oh, by scrolling. So this gives just a better idea. Like here's Adam Chandler and the Woodlawn Cemetery. You can see like the different paths that are available. And I know Kim was talking about if you were to take the John Muir Trail from the dog run, you go through And this is an underpass. So they're talking about underpasses. We do already have an underpass. And I think that this is part of the reason why, this isn't just about the Woodlawn neighborhood, because we would just want to put why wouldn't we want to put it right here? We're not interested in necessarily just Woodlawn accessing, the other side of the park. It's thinking about, how it was actually put down here, and then how does this work? And then further, we've got the golf course here, we've got the other golf course here, we've got sort of this mix of different roadways happening here. And then, of course, there is the ability to walk Van Cortlandt Park South if you're in this area. So there's a number of different trails. I don't want to scroll too fast, but I think that if you're trying to orient yourself and think about the ways in which the park connects itself, this is a really good map. And it kind of zooms out and allows you to see that idea of the path. I think this is the one where you go right down the big hill versus I think this is the one where you have the stairs, and something here would be the one that connects to the weir. That's
okay. All right. Thank you so much, Alyssa and Kim. Mike, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that we definitely look forward to scheduling a site visit, and it does make sense perhaps to have, of course, I'm in the Woodlawns Community Board 12, and Community Board 7 and 8 as well. Just join us all, so we can just take a look at it together. And the map that you shared actually makes a lot more sense, because you can sort of see that missed connection right at the 233rd Street, which is exactly the area that we're considering improving right there. But, on site definitely makes so much more sense. And, we can try and schedule that pretty soon.
All right.
We're all working towards a common goal. We aren't in opposition to anyone. It's really about bettering all communities.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much for that. And we look forward to further discussions so that we can come together and come to a solution that it works for all stakeholders. So thank you so much for that. Back to the agenda. I feel like I'm making a public service announcement when I say that. Let's see. All right. Deb Travis, you're up. PEP command for Van Cortlandt Park.
Oh, wonderful. Hi, everybody, and thank you. I know I've only got, I was asked to kind of keep it short because you have a packed meeting. So I'll just jump right to it. So basically, I'm the chair of the Parks Committee for Bronx Community Board 8, right next door. And in last month, we passed a resolution supporting a PEP command to be stationed in Van Cortlandt Park. And this idea came originally from Council Member Dinowitz and Assembly Member Dinowitz, who both sent letters to the Urban Park Service requesting this. I saw that your budget priorities, like our budget priorities, like Community Board 7's budget priorities, all include more PEP officers. And so I thought once we pass this, it would be worthwhile to reach out to you to just kind of let you know what we've done and to try to get a resolution supporting our resolution or your own resolution supporting a PEP command in Van Cortlandt Park. The idea basically is that right now in the Bronx, there are 49 PEP officers total for the whole Bronx. They're divided between the north and the south, and that here in the north, they are stationed in Pelham Bay Park. So we asked them to come in, the commanding officers to come and to tell us more about like how they work. And what we found really was that they agreed that if they had a PEP command station in Van Cortlandt Park, it would substantially reduce their response time. It would allow them to better coordinate with the 50th precinct and with the Yonkers Police Department. It would just allow them to actually be more present both in Van Cortlandt Park itself and in the parks around Van Cortlandt Park. So, one of the things that we struggle with is that some of our parks that are far, far west along the Hudson River, it takes a very long time for the PEP to get all the way over there. And once they're over there, it's going to take them a long time to get all the way back to Central Bronx or back to Pelham Bay. So So basically, we've seen an increase in the number of, I mean, I don't even need to tell you this, right? There's been a substantial increase in the number of ATVs on the trails, dirt bikes on the trails, car shows, as the police call them, at Chandler, where they're doing donuts and large parties, lots of, we've got homeless encampments. All of these things are the kinds of things that parks enforcement officers are really good at handling, because they're kind of trained to de-escalate, right? They're trained to be kind of the community-facing aspect of the Parks Department. They're rules enforcers, but we know that they're not the ones who are going to be first to issue summons. They really are usually the first one to say, hey, you have to have a permit for that, or can you, this is not the barbecuing area. The barbecuing area is over here. And I think, especially since COVID, a lot of people are in the parks who are new in some ways. They don't know the rules. They don't know the permitting process. They don't know what the guidelines are. And because they started really taking advantage of these really important green spaces when a lot of Parks Enforcement Patrol folks were either understaffed or unable to kind of be everywhere all at once anyway. We already know that there's chronic understaffing issues. So I wanted to, I guess I'll stop there. And kind of open it up to questions if anybody has about our resolution.
Okay. Mike, I see your hand. Mike Ortiz, you have your hand raised.
Maybe that's from before?
No, it's from before. I'm so sorry.
No worries, no worries. Ms. McCleave, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. Deb, yes, having more police in the park, having more safety in the park is absolutely a necessity, and I quite agree with your efforts to do that. But as head of Parks Committee for 8, how do you feel about the pedestrian bridge?
Oh, the pedestrian bridge? I'm actually juggling between the Community Board 8 board meeting tonight and this meeting. So I didn't get to hear all of your discussion about the pedestrian bridge. But I will say that it's a very expensive project, and there's a world where it would be lovely to cross in the middle, where it's really, you can make a very quick crossing over the Deegan. I think probably we all share the frustration of how many highways are in the park and how hard it is to get east to west. I will say that we haven't had the actual presentation before Community Board 8's Park Committee. That's going to happen in a couple of weeks. But I saw the presentation at the Fulton Monitoring Committee, and so some of us have seen it. And I think what I would love to just make sure happens is that the money stays in Van Cortlandt Park, right? And that if it works to get us across the Deegan at 233rd. Okay, I think we also need to be able to get across at the Mosholu extension at Gun Hill Road more effectively. And anywhere we can make east-west crossings easier, I think, it would be a really vital way to make it easier just to navigate the park. So does that answer your question, Geraldine?
Well, it's sort of, it doesn't really answer. I mean, it sounds like you're a bit on the fence, and you did say it costs a lot of money, but, to take the 22 million and piddle it away on little projects here and there around our park or other parks is okay. I understand everyone, especially parks, desire to do that. But at the same time, if we build the pedestrian bridge, we have a
Excuse me.
good infrastructure project
I'm so
that will
sorry
last
to
for
interrupt.
generations.
Ms.
And I'll
McCleave?
sign off.
Yeah, Ms. McCleave, I'm so sorry to interrupt because I
Okay.
just want to stick with the PEP command for this part of the agenda. I'm sorry to interrupt. Okay? All right. So is there anyone, Ms. Patterson, I believe that you had a question or comment in reference to the PEP command? Ms. Patterson?
Yes, Ms. Bond. Please excuse me. I had some dental issues, so I'm not speaking very well. I have my question in the chat, but I just want to know: is this PEP station going to be in addition to keeping the Pelham Bay station?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, what we're saying really is that there's not enough PEP officers, and that we would like to change the distribution to add an additional net new. So we're hoping that by doing this, then the PEP officers that already exist, who are stationed at Pelham Bay, can stay there, and then we'll have equal amounts on the west side, and so that there'll be just a better distribution for the North Bronx.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I have one comment. I think that having the PEP command in Van Cortlandt Park, I personally think it's a good idea, but what we will have to do is that we will have to vote as a committee in reference to crafting a letter or giving a letter of support to your letter, whichever way we choose to do that, but that will be something we will have to vote on within committee.
Totally, I appreciate it, and thank you so much for considering it.
No problem, no problem. Any more comments about the PEP command before we move on? Okay, seeing none, let me go back. Okay, next, Ms. Toro, you're up. Thank you for sticking with us. I hope you're still here. Ms. Toro.
I am. No worries.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, so I just wanted to give some updates regarding the Bronx River Alliance in case anyone on the call is not aware of us. We're a nonprofit organization that's in a public-private partnership with the Parks Department. We protect and steward the parks and green spaces along the Bronx River, and including the river itself within the borough of the Bronx. And we are currently undergoing a project to update the Bronx River Intermunicipal Watershed Management Plan, which is a long-term plan. It was first published in 2010. And it identified, issues and potential solutions, like projects that would be or should be prioritized for funding along the Bronx River in both Westchester and Bronx counties. And obviously, in the 13 years since that original plan was published, a lot has been done, but the original plan did not actually address any issues directly. It did not mention climate change once, right? So there are a lot of changing conditions and things that we've seen in the last few years that are, increased storm activity, severe weather events, things like that impact the river and its watershed communities. So we're holding some public input meetings, the next of which is going to be in the Bronx, at the Point CDC in Hunts Point River. It's near Hunts Point Riverside Park. And that's going to be March 23rd. We highly encourage any Bronx Borough residents who live, work, or recreate in the Bronx River watershed to attend this meeting if possible. It's an evening meeting on a Thursday at the Point CDC's Riverside campus at Hunts Point Riverside Park. I put the link to the event in the chat. With the event page has some background information, including links to the original plan. But we're looking for community input on the issues that your community faces in regards to climate change, whether that's urban heat, whether that's flooding, whether it's, lack of tree cover, et cetera. And what are proposed solutions? Because we want to get that community input to incorporate into the updates to the plan. So I highly encourage everyone to please, if you're able to make it, to attend this meeting. If you're not able to make it, we will be incorporating a digital survey, but these meetings are going to include a pretty robust presentation on the projects, as well as good breakout group discussions as well. So I think it's really valuable to provide your input in person. And to please share with your networks if you know neighbors and community members or other organizations that utilize the Bronx River watershed. It will be really helpful to have as many community voices heard as possible. If you're not able to make it to this meeting, another in-person meeting will be held in Mount Vernon on April 11th, which is also on our event calendar if you go to bronxriver.org. But I think because we're going to have some Bronx stakeholders and representation there, including, the Bronx Borough President will be at the meeting on the 23rd. She will not be at the, Mount Vernon meeting, right? We'll have more Westchester County representation at the Mount Vernon meeting. I think it would be valuable for Bronx community members to come to this Bronx meeting. And that's all. I put the event page in the chat, and feel free to, I'll put my email in as well if anyone has any questions. Oh, Miss Bond, you're muted.
So sorry. I knew that was going to happen at least once in the meeting. Can you please give me the date and time for the Bronx meeting once more, please?
Yes, it is Thursday, March 23rd.
Okay.
From 5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
5:30 to 7:30.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, and thanks for having me, Ms. Bond.
It's always a pleasure. Any other comments or questions for Ms. Toro before she leaves? Okay, we're moving on in our agenda. Thanks again.
What's the location for that meeting, Mrs. Vaughn?
If you click the link, because I believe you have to register, correct, Ms. Toro?
It's not mandatory to register, but highly encouraged to register. If you click the link that I put in the chat, you will be able to find the address. But the address is 1391 Lafayette Avenue in the Bronx, and it's the Points Riverside campus near Hunts Point Riverside Park.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next up, Matt, and then Matt, I'm going to ask you to address the questions around Seton Falls Park when you speak, and then I will make the announcement about the Seton Falls Park trail work event. And I think then we will be done. So Matt, are you still with us?
I am.
All right, Matt.
So I don't have anything specific to bring to you from the Parks Department.
Okay.
One thing I will mention is that this will be my last meeting with you.
Oh no.
I mean, I can pop on from time to time, but you will be getting a new park manager. I don't know who it is or when that will be, but I took a new position in the agency, and I'll be starting next week. So I'll be still be with the Parks Department. I'll still be available, and I'll be a regional manager overseeing about half of the borough of the Bronx now. So I won't be specific to you guys up there.
Well, this is good. We'll know people in high places when we want to get things done. I like that, Matt. I like to have a few connections. It's good. Well, congratulations to you. All the best to you.
Thank you.
Definitely, when you find out who, please just shoot me a text.
I will.
So
I will make sure to reach out to you to introduce them to you.
Yes.
And give them a quick briefing on, where this Parks Committee Board is, the projects working on, and direction that you guys are headed in. So.
All right.
Yes.
That would be great. And so I don't know. I know that I had to revise the agenda. So I don't know if you've had the opportunity to preview some of the questions in reference to Seton Falls Park.
I did. I could give an update on each one of them.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just sharing them on the screen so everyone can see.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So Stars and Stripes Playground, we don't have water access currently to that comfort station at that playground. We have an underground breach. We've investigated it. We tried to repair it. It is beyond the repair that our plumbing staff, our maintenance staff can do. That is why we have the facility closed. Now, the repair is going to cost a lot of money, and it involves tapping into a new DEP connection underneath the water. We cannot fund it this fiscal year, but we have put it on a high priority for funding for the next fiscal year through a maintenance repair contract that gets run through our 5 borough operations, and they go out and they do big projects within parks in all 5 boroughs. So we have included that to be funded through that. We'll see if it does. Again, like I said, the best we could do is next fiscal year, which will be starting July 1st for that. The other option for you as a Parks Committee to explore is to elevate Stars and Stripes Playground to a capital improvement and lobby all of the elected officials and see if there's any funding that can be pooled together to put together some type of much larger overall playground improvement, which would then include completely new underground supplies to the comfort station. This is what we do at every playground or every property that gets to the condition that Stars and Stripes Playground in. It's well needed for that playground. So, you know, if you guys want to do that, you want to focus some of your efforts and conversations, then, you know, that's something that we could talk about in the future.
Okay.
The installation of the new fence along 233rd Street. The fence, I believe, is completed. I did check the capital tracking update form that's on our website that all of you could access to. It's been pulled off of that, so that tells me that it is at the end of construction. I have not personally had a final walkthrough with the contractors, but it is, I would say, over 90% complete. There might be just some things that they need to finish. The benches that have not been replaced. Any benches that were in that capital contract that aren't done will probably get done at a later date. Now, here's the thing with benches in general across many of our capital projects that aren't specific to your board in CB12. Benches are on back order. We just can't get them. The supply cannot produce benches, especially under the specs that we've ordered them fast enough for us to put them into the projects that are currently in construction. So we just have to wait. That is definitely a supply chain issue. We get our benches from one or two different contractors. They're not even contractors, one or two different fabricators. So they make our specific benches, and that's where we get them from. And it's taking a long time to get benches now. So that's not going to be, I don't foresee that being something that would keep that area from being used, but at the point when those benches do come in, then the contractors will put them in for wherever benches were spec'd. I don't know exactly what the specs were for that, but that's just a general comment on benches. Park attendants. We are currently waiting to get our approval for our final submission for our seasonal plan. I don't know where park attendants will be placed within the district. You probably won't get one in Seton Falls Stars and Stripes Playground because the comfort station is going to be closed because of the water. So we're going to allocate those to other areas where the buildings are operational. I don't know the final number that we're going to be allowed it this year. Again, it's all about funding and how many people we could hire. You've probably heard that most agencies are short-staffed. We're very short-staffed. Agencies across the city, not just the park staff, are having a very difficult time filling positions at all levels. And we get affected with this directly to our seasonal plan because all these people that we hire are seasonal workers. So we'll see where we are in the coming months. We'll have a final number that we know we'll be able to work with probably by the end of April, the beginning of May. And the drain pumping station contracted to be cleaned. Could you provide a little bit more clarity on that question so I can answer it?
Sure. Ms. Patterson, do you have more clarity for that particular question? Ms. Patterson, are you there?
I'm sorry, I didn't unmute myself. If you remember last year, Matt, that the drain was clogged and the water came up to the street level where it was going into Pratt Avenue, Marola Place, and it was said that a contractor wouldn't be needed to clean out those pipes in the pumping station so that we won't have the same problem because, you know, we're heading up on the rainy season now, March and April.
Right. Yeah, we have looked at the pumping station, the pumps, the electrical service to the pumps, and the level that our pumps are performing at within the last month. And they're all operational to the specs that we want them to be. The situation you were referring to last year when the entire low section, the southern section of the park, flooded with water. That was a combination of the pumps not being able to pump out water fast enough and the water coming in too fast. That's when we had the major flooding across the borough that was right after Labor Day of last year. That was a complete extreme event that we can't plan for. But as of right now, we looked at the pumps and they're functioning just fine. So I'm not worried about them. There was an issue of water coming into, it was coming off of Pratt Avenue, and it was a multi-agency investigation with us, with Department of Transportation, with DEP, to look to find out where that water was coming from. And one of the initial comments was that these pumping stations probably aren't working. Well, at the time when we investigated that, we saw that they're working just fine. The water was coming from a different source. There was a broken DEP service pipe, and we found that out after the water test came back showing that there was chlorine in the water, which then told us that it's definitely not coming from inside the park, any groundwater or even any of the water that leaches from the north part of the park down to the south part of the park. So we're in good shape with the pumping station, and we did check it recently.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Ms. Patterson, do you have any more questions or comments before I go to the last point here before our questions and comments?
No, thank you very much, Ms. Bond.
You're welcome. All right. There is an opportunity to volunteer at Seton Falls Park. The event is on Saturday, March 25th at the High Rock Playground located on East 233rd Street and Baychester Avenue. The time for this event will be from 9 to noon. Registration is required. I am going to put this link for the registration in the chat. So that if you are looking for an opportunity to participate, please know that this is available to you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Are there any other questions and comments while I get myself together here to try to figure out how to manage this? Any more questions or comments?
Yes, Mrs. Bond. I just wanted to ask Matt about the bulletin board.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. Yes, it was taken out because it was vandalized, is my understanding of that. But go ahead.
Do we have any update on that as to
Yes.
remediation?
So the bulletin board that was put in Bronx Park, 222nd Street, was vandalized and knocked down within the first week. We took possession of that. It will be going in. It should be in by now. And if it's not, thank you for bringing that up. I will check with our maintenance division next week. I'll be out for the rest of this week, but next week when I get back, I'll check with our maintenance division to see where they are with that work order for the reinstallation. I did talk with Victoria because this was a Bronx River Alliance Community Board, Bronx Park bulletin board. So it needs to stay on the river, but we'll give it try number 2 in the same location. And if it doesn't work and it gets vandalized and knocked down again in that location, and is then able to be reinstalled somewhere else, we'll have to change the location, but we can cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay. All right.
Got
Thank you,
it. I
sir.
did propose an alternate location, but as you said, we'll cross that.
Yeah, it's already supposed to be installed at the exact same location. It was just easiest that way to give it one more try. And that is a central location that a lot of people liked. So we'll give it a try. We'll see what happens.
I will go there tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions or comments before we close out this meeting? It has been a very robust meeting. I think lots of information and lot of points moving forward that can definitely would need the community to stay on top of and be further involved. Any other questions or comments?
Ms. Bond, can I
Yes, Ms.
ask
Patterson.
Matt one more question?
Sure.
Since we're not going to have the comfort station at Seton Falls Park, is the park going to still remain open, or are we going to close Stars and Stripes Playground?
It's our plan to keep the park open. It's just the building itself, the comfort station, and the water features that will be closed because we're going to maintain that water supply be shut down. And right now it's shut down at the street level.
Okay, it's going to be difficult for us, but it's nothing.
Well, we understand this is definitely not something that we want to do. We would much rather be able to fix this plumbing issue with the staff that we have, but it's beyond the level that we could fix it.
Okay, we would have to we're going to have to notify the school because they're going to have summer school and day camp at John Philip Sousa and PS 111. And maybe even Bronx Better Learning 1 also. So they need to know so that when they go there, they need to know that the comfort stations are not going to be working.
Okay. And I think that it might be also possible to try to get the politicians' ear in terms of making this a priority for us. Mike Ortiz, are you still on the line? Mr. Ortiz?
I'm on.
Yeah, just in terms of getting money for the comfort to fix the plumbing there for Stars and Stripes. Would you have any rough estimate, or would you have any idea of, other than just getting the ears of the politician, what we could do for that?
Yeah, we actually proposed this site as one of our priorities. We've spoken to the council member about this as well, so it's very high on his radar. Not just the conversation, but the entire playground.
Okay.
It's a very, very large playground, so it's very expensive, but it is a priority for him as well. It's a lot of money, so I know that he's trying to work on it, but it's a big hill for him to climb to get it.
Okay, so I think that for the community board, I think that what we can do is then, and you said which politician? I'm sorry, I missed the name.
Councilmember Riley.
Oh, Councilman Riley. So if anyone on the call here can be in touch with Councilman Riley's office and just let them know that it's something that is on the community's radar, the more people that call in reference to that item, the more of a push we can give it along the way. All right, I see several hands. Mr. James, you have another question? Or is that from before?
Sorry, that was from before, but there is something in the chat which you might want to take a look at.
Okay.
Not by me, but by someone else.
Okay, if you can help me out with that, Mr. James, or if someone else can just read that for me, because I'm trying to balance the other things. So I'll get back to the chat in 1 second. And then let me just try to get all of the hands at this moment. Stephanie Roth.
Hi, I made a comment in the chat, so that might be what you're speaking to.
Oh,
I was just, if for the future, if for future me to be possible, not today, but if I could speak on two issues, one being our school community garden, and just in terms of throwing out our progress and our anticipated work, and just in terms of hearing input from the committee and the members here about resources for our garden. And also, I just wanted to put on the list of priorities or interest topics the Rienzi playground next to our school.
Okay. And as promised, I am going to put my email address in the chat. So Ms. Roth, if you can email me, and then I will make sure to put you on the April agenda.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of this. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Mr. Boris?
Thank you, Ms. Bond. This question is for Matt before he goes. Just wanted to thank you for your service to Community Board 12. I know you're going to continue to serve us, but just wanted to thank you for all your time and efforts that you've given to us. What do you what's the next steps for RC Park? If you're aware, for the summer?
Mr. Boris, I think I can answer that one. The RC Park situation that has unfortunately come to a demise, that is not working out at all. Not the group that was supposed to be in charge of it has kind of switched to leadership, and then they did not really continue to upkeep that. So it has not worked out.
That's kind of the problem that I was running into, that I was deemed anyway. Thank you, Ms. Bond.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Ivan, thank you. I appreciate the well wishes. Yeah, we first met 5.5 years ago. I've been your parks manager for 5.5 years now. So yes, we go way back. But the RC park, as Ms. Baum mentioned, it has not worked out with organized groups being able to sort of be given that space to conduct organized programming, structured programming in that space centered around RC car racing. But that doesn't mean that the area is going away. We just repaved the whole area, put new benches in that area, and the RC track is gonna stay. Now, the big issue that comes up all the time is somebody or a few people or groups cannot come in with mechanized equipment and start landscaping the area to their desire for what they want the new space to look like for their race cars. More power, faster, I don't know what it is. So that's been an issue in the past. Our position is the same. If you want to groom it, if you want to rake it, smooth it out with hand tools, that's fine, but no mechanized equipment. It is still part of the floodplain for the Bronx River. There's a whole lot of permitting that's involved, and we want to keep that space sort of as it is and not disturb more silt that could then make its way down into the Bronx River when the waters rise up above and sort of flood that area out. So that's one stance that the agency is going to maintain. The other is groups or individuals cannot come into the space and build something, a platform, wooden jumps, whatever it is. We had this issue last year. Somebody, and we could not find out who it was. We posted that it is going to be removed by us. We're giving somebody the opportunity to take it down, take it back to wherever it came from. Eventually, we had to remove it. We have to maintain safety for all park patrons on every piece of equipment that is in our parks. That's why we have very specific guidelines for any structure or any equipment that ends up in a park's property. So if somebody makes something and brings it in, it's gonna be taken away by us. But the actual track itself, we're gonna sort of let it be for now. Hope that answers your question.
It does, and I know that we're closing out, Ms. Bond, and I know we're long overdue, but I just want to continue to advocate for that aspect of that park. It is in a unique amenity that we have in our community, and I would still like it to see come to fruition. But Matt, thank you so much for your time and patience when it comes to that. Thank you, Ms. Bond, for continuing to see it through. It's unfortunate that we put our trust in these groups, and unfortunately, um, my word and efforts with these groups did not come to fruition and was not accepted. But thank you again.
Okay. And I think the last comment is going to go to Helen for going. I'm
Hi.
sorry if I butchered your last name.
Um, Thank you very much, Ms. Bond. It's Helen Forgione.
Okay, for Gioni?
That's right.
Okay. All right.
So I had a question back to Seton Falls Park
Yes.
and the Stars and Stripes Playground.
Yes.
If it turns out that they can't fix the plumbing in, short order, is there a chance that they can put a porta potty in during the summer season so that people have a place to use the bathrooms?
That's a good question. Matt, what do you think?
Option that we have done at other parks in the past. So I will take that suggestion to uh, our chief of operations in the Bronx and the parks commissioner for the Bronx and see where we could go with that. So thank you for mentioning that. I'll pass that along, but I think it's a viable option. We will consider it.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you very much. I really
Okay.
appreciate that because it's really the only spot where there's a bathroom at that end of the park for sure.
Okay. Ursula, is that you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Matt, would it help if the office sent you an email with that request?
That would be great. You can include Mike Ortiz too on it.
All right, I'll send it tomorrow, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments before we go? Like I said, this has been a robust meeting. We covered much ground. All right. I'm going to. Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, I would just like to, I'm sorry, I joined via the phone. I would like just to say that I'm Senator Jamal Bailey. I was making present for him, and I have heard all the concerns, and I will share with him as well.
Okay, perfect, perfect. So in particular, the funding that we need for the Stars and Stripes water issue, that would be great if he can put that on his radar as well. Okay?
Yes, I will definitely share with Senator Bailey.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Yes, my name is Eutimia Lopez, and I'm the event coordinator.
Okay, Virginia Lopez. All right. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for hanging in there with us. I know it's been quite a lengthy meeting, but thank you so much. I would like to ask one of our committee members to please make a motion to bring this meeting to a close.
A motion, Ivan Boris, motion to bring this meeting to a close.
Can I have a second?
Ted James seconded.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is officially closed at 9:20. No, I'm sorry, 9:18. 9:18. Thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing more of the community once again involved in our meetings. Next meeting will be in April, the second Tuesday in April. Okay? Thank you so much and have a good night, everyone.
Good night, Denise. Thank you so much.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Bond. What a meeting. I haven't been to one of yours in a long time. And woo, girl. It was a good one, though. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. You too, Miss Green. Take care.
Good night.
It was a marathon, but you did it.
It was a marathon.
You did it.
Resilience. Resilience.
I'm right. Have a good night. Get some
All
rest.
right. Good night. Good night.